A little bit of headache here. Ah, there we are. Sorry about that, folks. Somehow my microphone got turned around. All right, well, welcome to Flying with Mike. Hope you're ready. We're going to do some European flying, at least on this flight. Not sure about a second flight as of right now, hence why one wasn't scheduled. You're looking at the Rotate MD-11 passenger version. Just came out a few months ago, I think just before Christmas. And it's pretty good, folks. It's easy to fly. In my opinion, I know some of you out there will yell and scream at you. You have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, well, hopefully I do, because we're going to go fly it today. And hopefully, maybe where you're getting hung up at will answer some questions. We are not starting loaded, ready to push back. Instead, because of what I just said, we are going to go through a close to a cold and dark startup. We're on the generator. We're sort of, kind of powered up, except we haven't started the APU, haven't done any of the flight planning for the FMC, any of that. So hopefully we can answer some questions a lot of people have about this plane. I even have some. My big one is in the weight and balance of the aircraft. It's mind-boggling they want us to do, make sure we're in these parameters. Now, of course, I've never gone out and tried flying it outside those parameters to see what happens. Maybe one of those red herrings they're telling us to do that we really don't. But we'll find out here. So, anyway, we are sitting on the ground. As the graphic ahead of this said, we are going from Barcelona up to Amsterdam. And we're going to try and do it on VATSIM. Always a little nervous, and it's nothing against Europe about coming on VATSIM here. It's more about language barriers, and they're usually pretty good here. Run into a couple, you're always going to. But overall, I haven't had, but it is those couple oddballs that do kind of, sour it to make you a little skittish, like we do. Hey, we've got some in the U.S. that are control freaks, we'll put it that way. And it shows when they're on the scopes, and a lot of people get upset. And many folks that listen into these streams are like, I'm not getting on VATSIM to have to take that garbage from people. So I haven't really run into that in Europe except one place. And it wasn't as bad as an example I could give. I'm going to leave that as it is. It's not the first time I've run into that with that individual. So, but it was a different territory. All right. So enough of that negative garbage. We are going to try to do this on VATSIM. Like I said, we'll come on it here shortly. Of course, that'll allow Europe to wake up. No, they're already awake. They're actually wrapping up their work days and getting home, getting some food in them, and getting online and flying. So why don't you? Come on, let's go. Let's get to some flying here. Barcelona to Amsterdam. That doesn't work out that well, does it? So the again Rotate MD-11 KLM colors, and hope you enjoy today. All right, as I indicated in the beginning, we are just basically in what I would call a turnaround state, meaning plane just landed from somewhere, crew went off, new crew or same crew coming back after a little break, and we're going to continue on to Amsterdam. Plane stayed on external power. Now, one trick one pilot told me, and knowing the equipment at where I used to work made sense. They would turn the battery switches off in between just in case they lost connection with the ground power unit. Made perfect sense. I don't know if they do that in this plane, to be totally honest. The reason being, well, if you lose the the ground power connection, say like, y'all are used to thunderstorms or, something phenomenon that might knock out your power. Well, that happens to these ground power units every now and then. Something weird whacks out in them and the electrical current to the plane drops. Well, if there's nobody up in the plane, you're now on battery. The batteries, you just can't go down to the local auto store and buy a battery for a plane. It's a little more complex than those batteries. More things and stuff like that. So the plane is now delayed. Unless you're at a maintenance hub, you're lucky, and then you're only delayed for a few minutes. Anywhere else, it could be an hour or two. So anyway, that's why they would come off the battery. So in case that situation happens, plane just goes cold and dark. All right. So in our case, what we do when we come in, now this is actually new. This EFB used to use little thing called the aircraft menu here. Looks pretty close to the same if you noticed. Actually, I could have probably done a side by side. However, the EFB does incorporate a lot of the AVATAB features, which, I'm having harder and harder time using AVATAB. I don't know why. But anyway, I come in, click the power button. It's going to power it up on this screen, and then I just go here. I know there's a lot of you that go, well, why won't you just go cold and dark? Well, because when you click parked with external power, the only thing different, let's get on the right one. The battery switch you have to turn on. The external power you have to turn on. That's it. That's it. So, to each their own, just like I say with simulators. If you like that other one, great. Just don't force the rest of us to do what we don't like. Just like I don't rant. I mean, yeah, I only fly X-plane, but you have, and I don't like saying this aloud, but you do have the option to find another channel. So, I'm not pushing X-plane. I think X-plane's better. But we could sit and argue for hours on that, and we'd be in the negative on viewers because it's boring. So I just say we fly X-plane here only, and y'all, if you like the other sim, enjoy it. Just don't think it's necessarily the best because there could be a whole bunch of people jumping off that bridge and you're following them and not realizing it really isn't all that great. But we're going to stick with what we like and enjoy. So with the rotate here, so like I said, we're now got the external power on, the galley power external comes on. We need to first do our check of our APU and engine fire checks. I don't know where McDonnell Douglas was when they were building this. Hang on. Forgot we were still turned down for the intro. Want you to be able to hear this. Of course, never said APU fire, but it did light up. I just find that there's a lot of things McDonnell Douglas did I kind of scratch my head on. So you're going to see one big one here shortly. Not, that's all the intro you get to it. And those of you that are used to the freighter are going, hey, wait, there's switches here we're not used to. Yeah, we have people back there now. We don't have to tell the packages evacuate, but the people we do. So, and other things because of people. So I just, and just like the Boeing 737, the quietest alarm, the stall warnings, you would think you'd want that the loudest, most understandable alarm in the plane. Don't get me wrong, the stick shaker should alert you to a stall. It didn't an Airbus crew. Um, but you would think you'd want those kinds of things more um, just simple, authoritative alarms. Anyway, that's just my take on it. Let's go down here. All right, so we've done our fire checks. Let's go ahead and get the APU on while it's spooling. Let's get over here and talk about the rotate quirk, the one that I really scratched my head on. And this is not the other one. The other one's the McDonnell Douglas one. You're going to scratch your head on it too. Today's loadout, before we get to it, let's bring up, oh wait, we were on it, my bad. Sim Toolkit. Okay, we're down here. Have they gone all offline? What? I'm going to say, no, they can't. Hang on, let me make sure I didn't start a timer. I don't think I did. Okay, sorry about that. I accidentally clicked where I didn't want to. Anyway, here's where we are right now down here in Barcelona, heading up to Amsterdam. And we're going to be going through France instead of over here in the German um, ATCs. So we'll see how that works out. I don't think I've gone that route. Usually I cut this way. So this ought to be interesting. Today, the loadout, we kind of hinted at it, 41,990 pounds. Block fuel of 51,129 pounds. 221 people are braving to fly with Mike. And we're going to be taking off runway 24 per ATIS. We'll get to that in a minute. Landing up in Amsterdam, 18 right. I really don't have anything now to back it up unless they've come back. So we'll see. So you can see the flight plan. I am not going through a European flight plan. They are, oh my God, so long. But again, that's, part of the fun of learning a new area. The nuances and all that go on over here. People say they're getting bored. Hey, go to another place and fly over there online. And you begin to learn things. It's interesting, the stuff you learn over here. Like what's a transition level and altitude? Because here it actually changes, especially in Germany. You could take off in one city with transition levels at this level, travel 100, 150 miles to this city in Germany, and they have a different level. Whereas in the United States, we all know it's one level and it keeps it simple. So it kind of helps you, and they're usually a lot lower. So, matter of fact, I think I saw Amsterdam 3,000 or 3,500, one of the two, earlier. So, we'll see how this is. The transition levels over here work off of pressure. I think it's just pressure altitude, but it might incorporate temperatures too. I always forget. But anyway, that gives you the why behind, why things are over here. Remember, it's not like 3,000 miles from one coast to the other in the United States. Here, one border to the other could be 100 miles. So you're going through many countries over here. So that's what makes it fun. Many languages, many countries, and if you go a little deeper sometimes like I do, I actually go in and learn, try and look up and find stuff on things, not just because of the stream, but I I just want to know, like some things about Barcelona, Amsterdam, and why, there's such big draws. So, let's see. Let's go to that weather report. Or I'm sorry. Yeah, weather. Here in Barcelona, 290 at 8, clear visibility, okay. From what I've been told about Spain, it's kind of like California. It never rains in Spain, or at least in the southeast coast. And that would be a lie today because look, there's a lot of rain on this radar. However, here's the ATIS we're going with, Gulf. I believe this may be the approach. Yeah, this is actually the approach. 24 left is where they're calling for departures. I do scratch my head at that. You let them land on the longest runway and take off on the shorter runway. I don't understand that, but welcome to a different area. May not be meant for me to understand, as long as it makes sense to somebody. But again, we're going to focus on transition level 7,000. All right, so now let's go on to Amsterdam. Right now, currently, it appears no ATC up there. Winds are 280. Variable, and we have a ceiling in place, broken at 400. We may be shooting a Cat 3 approach. Scattered at 300, few clouds at 200. Becoming visibility 3,500 broken, maybe as low as 300. So we will prepare for an all-out auto land. And again, currently we don't have an ATIS. All right, I've got our flight plan turned in. I'm going to hold, not to see if they go offline, but I'm going to hold so I don't, hopefully in my hold, I don't lose my spot. So, and I have to move the aircraft. Okay, so we had 221 people, 41,990. That's good to see. They equaled. What's even better to see if I'd have pointed it out. Oh, and I can. The zero fuel weight for today is 340,526 pounds. We finally, thank you for who, I can't remember who it was now that got me some numbers I was asking for. And boy, things are squaring up so much better, zero fuel weight wise, because the aircraft weren't 100% correct. And I think I was using profiles in SimBrief that were started as rotate. So anyway, now couple quirks here. We'll get to the big one in a minute. We got our packs in. We got our block fuel, we got our taxi. Now, if I was to remove trip fuel, it would say you will not see your landing weight. Okay, now in this situation where we're flying light on fuel anyway, because it's only like an hour and a half, 2 hours, it's not a real big deal. We know we probably are taking off under our maximum landing weight. However, when you run heavy haul cross countries or heavy short haul, you just might. So it's always good. So what you do, like it says here, enter trip fuel to compute and check your landing weight. If you don't enter anything in that box, there will be no landing weight above apply load and configuration. Okay, so make sure you get that. It's in Sembry, folks. It's real easy. It's right there in the initial blurb you get. It's either trip fuel, en route fuel. I'm trying to think of other ways it may be spelled out. And hint, hint, wink, wink, might want to take note. Taxi weight in this plane is 2,000 pounds. So I've flown it enough, and I've flown the 747. I know that, and I think the 777's like there too. So real simple, makes it easy when you know it. Okay, now the last thing, once you have, this is the quirk that makes, the first one that makes no sense, from rotate. The next one's McDonnell Douglas, a little further down the road. Once we get to this point, the tutorials, streamers who stream it, even those who did the initial tutorial flights online, all say, but the tutorials themselves say it, your takeoff, TOCG, that is the top number here, has to be between 30 and 31%. Why? I have no clue. And like I said, I've never tested it to see what happens. Good thing when you fly the freighter, you usually can get up to 31%. You normally cannot do that in the passenger. So again, because many of us will aim for 30.5, split the middle, ought to be safe, right? This aircraft is, you will not, I'm pretty certain will not get to 31. It'll be like 30.7 or 8, and it'll go yellow, 31 points, early numbers into the red. Basically, when the TOCG dot up here in the envelopes goes outside the line, hits the line, it goes yellow, outside goes red. So weird quirk, don't understand it, but we're going to follow the checklist and instructions, because probably something bad will happen. Hey, we've seen the A350-9 go to its tail. We've even seen the A320neo on its tail, because I hit the brakes when it was rolling backwards instead of, well, that was all I could do. There was no power. APU just don't have enough thrust in it to stop the plane. So just want to point that out. Uh-oh, hang on a second. All right, the first officer, our little 9-month-old, we watch for our youngest, popped in, or grandma with her, popped her in for a little peekaboo here. She made her happy before her bath. All right, so that's one of the two big quirks with this plane. One, rotate had nothing to do. That was totally on McDonnell Douglas, the next one. We'll get to it, like I said, in a moment. All right, Now, one big thing you can do to help yourselves out, those of you having troubles with this plane, right here where it just highlighted, click on it. What it's going to do is all of this information is going to get loaded into the plane software, not shown in the plane like some aircraft do. And more importantly, one of the steps in setting up your flight in the MCDO/FMS, I say it that way, you'll understand in a minute, it sets up a page in there. Go to ground ops, make sure your power cart's on, make sure your wheel chocks are on. These should be automatic because you clicked it. Open your door for the cabin forward, your cargo. You do have the ability to toggle the jetway from here and fuel and food service. So we'll go ahead and do that while we wait. Now, from here, you can push the plane back. Better Pushback does a pretty good job with this plane, unlike the 747-8 from SSG. That was horrid. We ended up in a hangar. I don't know how, but it did. All right, and there you go. You can check out the rest of these little icons on your own. All right, so now let's really get into and get this plane going. We've been yakking for 30 minutes and I want to get airborne here. Okay, we'll go outside. I figured one of those trucks would be here. I guess not. Oh, well. All right, so let's get to work. While that goes on, we'll get to work. Okay, back up here, the APU is now up and running. Again, all you had to do was click the power button here. Annunciator light test. This took me for me, it took a long time to find. I was really mad at myself how easy it was to find. I was going through the manuals and everything left and right trying to figure this doggone thing out. And oh, how simple. Hang on a second. I'm trying my best not to miss messages. So I'm feeling like I have because we've been yakking too long. Okay, get that down. All right. Okay, once the APU's on, I said we're going to do an annunciator test. It's right below your anti-ice panel defog. It's this black button right here. And you can use, and what you're looking for is making sure all the lights come on. And it appears everything's fine. Cockpit lighting I've got set. Now, we're going to come down here to the APU bleed. Give it a couple seconds. It'll open up the packs here. They'll come off. I'm going to give it just a tap. Actually, you know what? I think I can continue on and we'll see what it's doing here. Nav 1 is on. And you can now see things are happening down here. Pack 2's on, there goes the other. That seemed to take a while. I don't know why. Emergency power switch. This one catches me off. I don't understand it. Why we have 2. There, checklist says we do it. Okay, now we're going to do the initial setup on the McDo. Now, thankfully, we have this ability. Doesn't really help us in this situation. Hang on a second. Sorry about that. My dog barked. Thought I had a package I've been waiting on. All right, so we're going to check dates. We got about a week to go. This time next week, we should be updating our nav systems. And yeah, I know this plane's kind of weird. Yeah, I might just do a video on that. It's just kind of weird how NavGraph and Rotate and a couple, not just them two, but a couple interact. Also, when you use the downloader for SimBrief, the format is just ICAO for departure, ICAO for arrival. So in our case, LEBL EHAM, and that's it. You put that in your company. Oh, whoops. Hang on. I'm not where I thought I was. EHAM. LEBL. Not sure why it's being such a pain. I know why. I know why. Bear with me a second, folks. This is one of those quirks that I was just talking about. When you save it via the loader, it doesn't save. There we go. You would, and now if you wanted an alternate route, you could put it in here. I did not, so we're not worried about it. Now from here, if you just strictly follow the checklist, we're going to go to first make sure our coordinates, and I'm not 100% sure they'll change, but we'll give it a try. Don't get me wrong. Parking coordinates, 281. So it should be 47.17.2, 4.6. Perfect. We don't have to do anything. Initialize, position, and back to init. Technically, that's all you have to do. I'm going to put in just a couple more. I'm going to go ahead and put our alternate Echo Delta Delta Frank and our flight number KLM 572. And from here, I'll wait till the checklist has us do it again. I don't want to get too far ahead. Let the aircraft get fully up and going. Get the inertials up and running. That way, when we put our performance in, everything's dead on. Okay, so moving on. We've got a hydraulic pressure check. You don't have to do this, folks. I do it just because it's on the book. Always close the hatches. Makes 2 clicks. So like if I accidentally click the battery, it doesn't turn off. But if I do it twice, it will. So I keep the hatches where the hatches are closed, just for that reason. Okay, hydraulic pressure check. Hang on, we got to actually... How many have noticed something about this plane? If you know how to operate an Airbus, you're on your way to operating this plane. That's right. This airplane has a lot of Airbus, I'll call it esque-ness in it, especially, well, I called it the McDo/FMS. There's a lot of Airbus in this, folks, and a lot of people aren't happy seeing that, Boeing folk, that fly Boeing aircraft in the Sims, because it should be a Boeing, but it was McDonnell Douglas that built the plane. Boeing inherited it with the buyout. Forget that part. I know. Okay, so the hydraulic test looks good. We're going to press on because I want to get in the air. Comm radio. This is, as with flight factor, extremely important. You need to make sure you have your X pilot and looking at it to make sure everything is ready to go. What does that mean? That means where you see COM1 on mine, TXRX highlighted. How do you do that? First off, make sure your microphone, and you can kind of sort of, no, you got to be online, test it. But make sure you see your COM light up here in your upper left-hand corner. If it doesn't, click your mic and click VHF1, turn it up. It's all the way down. So you may have done everything right, only to fail at turning the radio up. Happened to me. VHF2, make sure you turn on. That is COM2. Now, as you see on mine, I have currently, they call it advisory, I call it Unicom. Many of the controllers will call it Unicom. 122.8. That is still a good channel if you're out here in Europe without ATC. In the United States, Mexico, Canada, and the Caribbean, I think is as far as it's expanded now. You have to be on CTAF at your airports, and all you do is type in the chat here .ctaf and the 4-character identifier for your airport, and it'll come up. And just because you're going into an uncontrolled airport does not mean it's 122.8. There are different channels for that. But that's across the pond over in, I know, those wild Yanks. But over here, Unicom for now works. Just little tidbit in the back of your head. It's probably coming. Just so you know. All right, so make sure you have your comm set up. next we're going to head to the glare shield, or MCP as Airbus calls it. What we need to do is start getting it set up for the flight, meaning, and this, I can't, it got me again today. You either are in inches or you're in HEPA. Now, you could also be QFE, that's field elevation, QNH, which is altimeter elevation, above sea level. However, you need to be, depending on the area you're flying in, either in inches of mercury, that would be something like 30.18, or HEPA, HP, I'm kind of giving it away where it's at on here, but I'll show you, where you get just 4 numbers. Today we're 1022. It took me a while to find this, because usually it's right on your baro set where you set your barometer. It's actually right above. And the first officer is back on deck. Hello, come here, Missy.
Clean, all clean.
Are you all clean? Are you all tired? She got the cord. Anyway, oh, look, the screens are oh, now what are you after? 9-month-old, folks. Just about to become a 10-month-old. Couple of days. Yeah, you'll be 10 months. You gonna try again? I'm gonna get whatever I can. So anyway, it's always fun to have the first officer join us. She is a blast. And then when we get our 3-year-old and our other just about 10-month-old, oh my gosh, this place is a madhouse. All right. But anyway, the switch we're talking about is right above the word baro set. And that'll switch you, if you look down here on the flight display, to inches to QNH. Just trying to help people out. You also want to set your minimums now. I've got it at 400 right now. We'll drop it down probably to 100 for Amsterdam. We'll see. And then we'll deal with what's in here after we get the McDo FMC set up. Just making sure I didn't miss anything. Everything else is good. All right, so with that, we head back down, and now I get to really show you just how Airbus this is. It really, that's when it all clicked on me. You know, people were telling me, oh, you're going to have problems with it, this and that. But as soon as I looked at it and really carefully looked at the overhead panel, looked at that McDo, I'm sorry, FMS, I went, this is an Airbus. So I call it the Airbus 11. All right, I'm going to go to plan. Now I'll show you why. Okay, so we put our basic information in as we aligned. We still have the cruise altitude. Let me look at my flight plan here real quick. We are set for 30. We're also set for 34, 36. I don't think we go any higher. Oh, I think I got to do them. I really don't get this. Somebody said it's something within the, excuse me, software of the aircraft avionics that is being set for this, because you're not setting the where do we climb, only that we're going to go through these. Temperature and wind. That one is a tough one, I will give you. Headwind, basically from your sim brief plan, you know you're going northerly on this for the most part. Our current average wind was 040 at 48. So we've got a quartering wind off the nose to the right most of the trip. So we know we got a headwind. So we know it's going to be that. So I'm going to keep the temperature because really I'm not going to, I'm sorry, I got two of those in there. And we're going to go head or HD 035. Click. Cost index 80, right? Yes. Now it says our optimum is 39, our maximum 43. Cool. Good. Okay. We're not doing that. All right. Now, if you remember, and I'm going to help you, if you didn't, we talked about the apply load configuration to aircraft and FMS. Oops, I didn't click it. Hang on. Now I did. Okay, if you click that arrow, it's going to take you to your weights page. Now, if you don't click this, let me just make sure you're seeing this. Okay. You're going to have a lot to fill in. If you did this, it's already filled in, ready to go. Next up is, oddly enough, a word called F-plan. And then we're going to click LEBL, oddly enough. Then SID, oddly enough. I mean, it's just going like an Airbus. Oh, Amsterdam may have something up. Departures are 2-4 left. Okay. We're going out on the OLOXO to Fox. OLOX to F. Okay. Now, the cool thing is there aren't usually transitions with these. Why? Because what they've done in Europe, instead of SID ABC, transition this VOR or that VOR or that one, what Europe did was make, and then you get out to a specific fix where it fans out. They have taken where those fans are and turned those into the actual SIDs. Same thing for the arrivals. And it's really, really does help. Now, I would bring in charts. It's very difficult, as you can tell. We don't have a lot of room. We'd cover things up. So I'm just going to go through while looking at my chart. Okay, BL 820, 2316, perfect, hut. Okay, there's that first step climb. OLOXO, let me just make sure that's where we end. 20,000 feet or higher, they're saying that's where we do it. Okay, then we got... OKABI, TOU. And then you're just kind of watching up here for discontinuities. Got for sure one coming at DENUT. Okay, from DENUT, we fly an arrival, the DENU 3 Alpha. What the heck is that? Okay, oh, it's just from DENUT, Yenzu to River. Okay, same thing, hit ham, star. I like to start over here. It's theoretically supposed to narrow things down. All right, VATSIM does have controllers now, transition level now 4,000. Landing 1-8 right, visibility 5 kilometers, 300 feet, broken 500 feet. So we can expect pretty much auto landing. All right, so we'll come over here, click available approaches. Okay, hang on. Let me see if there's any other. Okay, nothing telling me different. All right, so let me go back. Okay, I guess. We'll do river 1D. Okay, so we're doing 18 right. In theory, I should have only gotten 18 right. Oh, what was it called? DENUT. My bad. Three alpha. Insert. Okay, so from DENUT, Yenzo, river. Okay, then Porway, Netom, Nursey. AM 607, 608, 621, and then 622. Where's that at? I don't see it. Then our runway. Okay. All right. Everything looked good. Hang on. I'm going to start from the beginning. Okay. Just something caught my eye that didn't seem right. Nursey. Okay. And then there's our alternate if we have to go to it. Okay. All right, so we have the flight plan loaded. Okay, next up we go to all right. Now, instead of like we would Airbus go to perf, we go to takeoff. This is a McDonnell Douglas page, kind of, sort of. However, in order to fill it out, we have to use SimBrief or some kind of a takeoff landing calculator. Top Cat'll work. There's a couple of them out there. I just use SimBrief. So let's bring it in. I'll show you how you can do it real easy or you can do it the long way. We're going to do it the easy way. All right, so you can see Amsterdam has come alive. Figured it would. Not certain about down here. Not worried, right? We're not worried what's online, what's not. All right, so what we are going to do, I'm going to bring up my SimBrief. Then I'm going to view my flight plan. Now, you have two ways of doing this. The long way, you go here, you have to fill this out. Or the way I'm going to take it, here's the only difference in the results. You don't get a map over here of where you are on the runway for V1, rotate V2. But it's the rest that's all filled in for you, so it's a nice, real quick run. Calculate, there you go. All right, so there's your runway and weather inputs, and then what it spit out for you to put in. We'll get to flaps in just a second when we're setting them. That's the other quirk. All right, so we're looking at 135, 144, 156. Okay, so we're going to flex. That's your select temperature, 60. Pax, I'm going to go ahead. You have to type the word on. Slope, you can get that from SimBrief or Sim Toolkit or your charts, and I'll let you know there is no slope. However, runway wind. Now, this is not the 0 or 3, or in this case, 330 at 7. No, this is your component. Headwind or tailwind. Now, NavGraph right on the initial page shows it to you as no headwind or tailwind. On SimBrief, they do see a headwind of 1. So we'll put that in there, HD01. Okay. Outside air temperature showing 8. Sorry, you got to put the plus sign in there. All right, and then the flaps were 1.5. Yeah, okay. Now, how did we do? 135, 144. 156. I'll just go with these. And we're ready to go, folks. Sorry it takes so long when you're doing it the way I did to explain it all, but I hope for those new to this aircraft, they got a real good understanding how it's not as complicated as it looks. Um, okay, so now the last thing we have is this MCP and some stuff over here. So MCP, what are we dealing with out of here? Tower. Oh, okay. EHAM's alive and well up here. Center and approach. Okay, so most likely we're cleared to at least 30,000. Okay, runway heading. Get that from your chart. 244. And the big thing here is make sure that little notch is under auto. Okay, airspeed's good. The only other things we need to do is turn TCAS on, data, and VOR, VOR2. Oh, let's go back to map. Sorry. VOR1, VOR2, turn your weather radar off, and then reciprocate over here. Okay. We are ready to proceed. Nav display we just did. We're ready to board and get out of here. I'll be right back, folks. Got to get a cup of coffee and hit the lav. Be right back. All right, we're back with you. Sorry about that, folks. Ooh, Lord have mercy. I sometimes really think I've had my gallbladder pulled, and I don't know that it was. Oh, because the way my stomach acts is just like the way my couple of my daughters and my wife, and they've had their gallbladders out. So, oh, oh well. It's also winter time. We get the ACARS started here while I'm thinking about it. Otherwise, I'll forget again. All right, we'll be on. And, okay. I say let's light up this firecracker and get going. Again, sorry for the lengthy ground time. I hope those who are a little skittish or a lot of questions about this bird, I hope I got them. If not, hey, hit the chat, let me know, and I'll be glad to try to help you out. I know the biggest question out there is when we have the nav graph updates, nav data updates, where do they go? And basically, they actually go into a different file than was created when you created the plane. When the plane was bought and you put it into the aircraft folder, it goes to a different folder, and you just have to go in, get the nav, copy paste it over. I know that's a lot. It sounds, I make it sound so easy, and I get it. It may not be as easy as it sounds. So let's get up here, ground ops. First off, verify you're on the generator or on the APU. Turn that off. Leave the bleed air on. Then come back. Disconnect. Close, close, close. And we can go out and check them. Okay. We're going to hold real quick there. And I'm going to go ahead, click connect. Okay. Get us up on VATSIM. Did center come up now? Oh, that's Madrid. Okay, LEBL Tower. And they are 118.105. Okay. Hang on. 118. Make sure nobody's on top of us. All right, let's do it. All right, real quick, ATIS. We are going to be Charlie. We don't have CPDLC, so we don't have to worry about it. All right, let's Whoops, forgot to close the door. All right, bear with me. I'm just making sure. All right, well, hopefully I don't screw this up. Barcelona Tower, KLM 572 Heavy, spot 281 with Charlie, request clearance to Amsterdam as filed. Okay, KLM 572 Heavies cleared. OLOXO 2 Fox 24 left departure, 6,000 initially, and we'll squawk 6201. KLM 572 cleared via the OLOXO, I believe it's called 2 Fox 24 left departure, initial 6,000, 6201. To Charlie. Okay, I don't show to Charlie. Let me see if I can find that chart. Hang on. All right, Tower, just to let you know, KLM 572 found the 1 Charlie departure for that. Oh boy. Let me just make sure we're on the chart. We are. Okay, so that means we're on ACARS. We're ready for better pushback. And yes, I have not updated it yet. And tower KLM 572 ready to push spot 281. Oh, we'll get that squawk in there and we'll face east on the pushback. KLM 572. Would have swore I did that, but I did not. Oh, I was looking at it. That was the problem. Why I didn't do it. Okay, face east. So now when we do our pushback guy, we'll go right here. Okay, while he's driving up. All right, parking brake should be showing on. It is. No seatbelts or seatbelts. Sorry, not no. Got those on. Beacons on. Okay, air panel is set with the bleed valve on. Hydraulic panel set. Okay, got us on hydraulics. Takeoff data confirmed. Confirmed. Cabin's ready. And here we go. Oh, my nose. Okay, let's go up here. We'll choose ignition B. That'll turn off your packs, get you set up to start. We'll get the emergency lights armed. Make sure we got everything going up here. And here we go. Engine number 3. We're getting real close to talking about the McDonnell Douglas quirk in this plane. Not sure if it's in the MD-80, the Mad Dog 80s. Okay, getting number 1 going. Again, my apologies for the very lengthy ground time, but I hope those that are not familiar with this plane, really, honestly, give it a look. It's not real complicated. Yeah, I must have somehow fat fingered and had a 6-1 in there. My apologies. Hopefully it's reading right now. Uh, Glad he did that because I somehow did that wrong. Okay, we're just waiting on number 2 to spool up here and settle down. Once it is, we'll go through the after start and get going. But we'll do a couple things real quick. Windshield defrost off. I guess I should do that. Defog. Okay, there goes the tug. The nice thing is this, I can really push this plane around to meet any requirement, almost any. All right, there's the pins. All right, let's finish this up. APU should be winding down. We'll keep an eyeball on it. Hydraulic pumps, ground equipment's clear. Let's go to config. Whoop. And set our trim for okay. Surface check. Okay, cabin report received. We're good. Rudder. All right. Here's the quirk. It's the flaps. Someone at McDonnell Douglas either, I have no idea where they got this idea, but if you look at the setup here, go from 0 to slats, then you come over here and you dial in your flap setting. Okay, not bad. That gives you pretty much, you know, a pretty good spread all the way up to 27 because 28's next. However, when you call it dial-a-flap, it sounds like a 1-800 commercial. Call 1-800 dial-a-flap, dial-a-flap. That's right. Yeah, I just don't get their reasoning. There's your slats and there's 15. It's kind of hilarious, but you know, it's what McDonnell Douglas did. I doubt it's what got him out, you know, got him into bankruptcy for Boeing to buy them out. But I do know the MD-11 did have some serious, not issues per se, crashing and that. It was the airline pilots or pilots. I don't know if it was the pilots or just the airlines were not happy with it. That's why the cargo companies got them, and they bought them at literally a fire sale. A Kmart blue light special, literally. And they flooded the cargo market, and the cargo companies flat out loved them. So that's where the success came. Not with the airlines. They just had problems with it. But it did not bother cargo. I think we're ready to taxi. Or we'll never get off the ground. Confirm takeoff data one more time. We're ready to go. I'm kind of waiting to see where this guy is. And tower KLM 572 ready to taxi for 24 left. Okay, we're cleared to the holding point Gulf 3 for runway 24. Cleared to the holding point of 24 left at Gulf 3 via Quebec, Papa Sierra Kilo, and we're cleared to cross runway 2, KLM 572. Quebec? Where the heck is Quebec? The heck is he taking us? I'm just going to kind of aim myself down there. I don't even see Papa. Yeah, we're going to... Where the heck did he take us? Quebec? Usually this makes sense, but it's not. Unless... I think that's kind of sort of what it was. Sorry, folks, I got a little squirrely there trying to figure out what he did. We're going to get down there. It's just kind of weird. Gulf 3. Okay, so it's coming up. Okay, let's get these takeoffs before auto flight EAD checked. Anything, everything good? We don't have a takeoff config, do we? Just making sure. Golf 3. And I just need to get the radar turned on. KTARA. Clear for takeoff. 24 left, KLM 572. All right, here we go, folks. All right, let me switch over to my departure. Okay, double check APU off. Let's do it. Coming up on V1, rotate. Positive rate gear up. Taking her up. And nav. KLM 572 Heavy over to Unicom. Thanks for the ATC. Have a good one. Okay, sorry for that, folks. Just a lot going on there today. All right. Well, we have ATC up north. That is a given. And I think we could see a runway change. Nope. They're keeping us on the 1/8s. By the way, there's the airport we just departed as we're grabbing some sky here to get over to Amsterdam. I hope you enjoyed. Again, I know it was a lengthy ground time, but I hope those of you, I truly do hope those that are having troubles with it and are wanting to just give up on it, I hope I gave you that little bit of umph to get it, go and fly it. All right, transition level there was, I'm sure I'm way through it. Okay. All right. And if you've noticed, Airbus guys, what's the big thing? If it's lit up, we usually turn it off. Only thing is the logo. Now, the engines, if when we get up to Amsterdam, we'll probably turn engine ice on, windshield ice on. Beyond that, well, we may even turn the wing and the tail on. We'll kind of play it by ear. Temperatures, we're warm enough. We shouldn't have too much icing issues, but hey, never can't be too safe with that. And we're through 22,000 feet already, so we are well on our way to Amsterdam, and currently showing about an hour and a half trek. So hope it was informative enough to help you get in the air with the MD-11s in X-plane. All right, I'm going to go ahead now and increase. And with that, I don't see ATC anywhere along our trek for the moment. So for now, we are just going to continue our climb out, and ATC will be as it will be when we get up there. So I'm going to kick off some music here and let us all relax. Hey, it's hump day, folks. The weekend is right ahead. So sit back, relax, enjoy, and we'll see you or talk to you here shortly. All right, we're climbing, folks, with about an hour. It can't be that much. It's saying an hour and 30. Looks like an hour and 30 to our destination. We are gonna fly into some, typical Northern Europe heavy ATC areas. Amsterdam, London, Frankfurt, Lagen. All of these are big Munich areas of ATC up north, let alone what's up in Sweden and Finland. And they're known to be. Right now, it is their evening hours. Those of us in the U.S. know what the U.S. is like in about 6 hours from now. So that's what we encounter here. And you can, if you plan to fly these hours on VATSIM and you really want controllers, you're going to have to look towards Europe, Africa, Middle East. That's where they're going to be. Kind of got to look at when are people home. And that's how you figure that out. We are level at 30. And let me see where that map won't help me. Let's see, what do we have ahead of us? Tau is coming up, and I know that's one of them. Tau is 36. All right, so right now we're supposed to be heading up to 34,000. No ETC, you're free to go. If you have ATC, ask for permission, folks. You will get a tongue lashing if you don't. And I mean, some of them get kind of, oh. So, but on VATSIM, who cares? I mean, on Unicom, who cares? But like I said, had we had, who would that have been down here? I'm trying to find myself. We would have been in Barcelona Center airspace. We would ask, and then once we get over here to Bordeaux, before we have a sip of wine, we would have to ask for our climb to 36. You know what? That's an airport I haven't flown into ever, Bordeaux. I'm going to have to figure out, is that it right there? No, that's Toulouse. I'm going to have to figure out the call letters for it, and I may have to schedule a flight over here to it. Never been there. Been to Nice, been to Lyon, and St. Louis, or we could call it St. Louis, but I think they'd yell at us. Hey, the Starship Enterprise is out here. Looking at it, NCC 1701. Headed for Lisbon. So, interesting flight. Let me see if I can pull it up for y'all on Sim Toolkit. Hang on first. That is interesting. Yep, there he is. Okay, hang on. Let me bring that up for you. That's something you don't normally see. Be fun to hear his call sign. See, NCC 1701. I don't think he's at warp speed though. That's great. Oh. Anyway, I thought you'd all get a kick out of that. I'll keep it up there so people, while we're in the break, can enjoy the little giggle. Although they're probably doing it already. Welcome back from the break, those of you that were there. We have highlighted a kind of interesting flight out here. It's not at warp speed. NCC 1701 is in the air. Now, what's going to be interesting is when he hits Madrid. That'll be interesting. But yeah, the Starship Enterprise is airborne, as cloaked as a 737. All right, enough fun with that. Sorry, folks. Little things like that, make the flights go a little better. All right, and we are at 34,000. Let's go ahead, put the plane in cruise, meaning let our passengers. And I think lights are off. I think we're good to go. Enjoy the music, folks, and we'll be back if we find some other interesting anomalies out here. I'd like to know if he really is the Starship Enterprise. What say ye? One last interesting anomaly with that flight. He departed Wiesbaden, which for the US is a closed base now, but it's designated an Army airfield. Interesting. So I wonder if what happened to Pope happened there, where the Air Force side closed, but the Army stayed open. Interesting. Like I say, I like finding these little things out here. And I say I knew the four letters, but I just couldn't place them. So yeah, Google helped me out. Enjoy, folks. All right. Just so you all know, we're about an hour and 15 minutes out of Amsterdam, and ceiling is very low. We will be planning an auto land there. So we'll be getting into that here shortly. Enjoy. Okay, we're going to put a pause to the music here. It's not going to be long. I think we're going to be pinged into an ATC area here soon. We got a lot of traffic coming out of Gatwick from another streamer. Going to be crossing us, hopefully below us, but never know. I don't know their flight plans, so I think now would be the best time to take a look what we have ahead of us. Okay, so let me bring charts in here. First off, we are just about into Paris air control, LFFF. So we'll kind of wait for them to call us. We'll get over to the channel as soon as they do. But anyway, real quick, our arrival is the DENUT 3. I believe it's DENUT 3 Alpha. Coming in off DENUT below 24, Yenzo to a River. River will be at 250, either, well, between 7,000 or 10,000, or since we will be in center at that point with Amsterdam, wherever they put us, maybe even approach by then. All right, now here's where the tricky part comes in. Now, if we're coming in River and they don't transition us to the night transition 1D, I think they're going to want us to fly to the VOR out and around, as you see here. I've never done this one. I usually just take the night arrivals, go around the sector and come in, not going around them, but keeping it simple. But like I said, they very well could tell us, yeah, don't overshoot. Welcome to the MD-11. It overshoots everything. So we'll come into Schiphol, 1084, head out to AM 240, 241, 242, and turn in. Now, being a Cat 2 or Cat 3 arrival, really it doesn't change. What changes is what's down in the minimums. Okay, so let's just take a look. There's our frequencies across the top. They're not even showing up yet. So we're still far enough out. And I knew they would come here real soon. 110.1, 182 for the final approach, 2000 at 621, and we're expecting altitude of 100 for visual. All right. So for now, we'll let you get back to the music, and as we get closer, we'll brief more. What was it? 128, 105. Really? That was easy. Let's see if they have. Okay, Paris control. Paris control, KLM 572, heavy with you, flight level 360. One more time with that fix for KLM 572. All right, KLM 572 will be direct Belub, Bravo Echo Lima Oscar Bravo. As soon as I find it. Where the heck is it? Oh, wow, that's our that's near our top of descent. All right, now I know I didn't take charts down. I had to reset it. Giving you an idea what direct he just gave us. You see where DENUT is up here? There's Belab. We're going direct to there, which is actually in Belgium. I'm kind of shocked he didn't hold us up at Kutex. Oh, that's why it's just right across. Okay. But yeah, so we're going. That's awesome. I mean, granted, we miss all these fixes, but we're now direct up here. And that is supposedly like real close to our top of descent. We'll kind of figure things out. All right, so that gives you an idea there. Let's look ahead to Amsterdam. VATSIM. Landing 1.8, departing 1 left, 4,000. Okay, good. Really not telling us what kind of approach for 1.8 right. So hopefully we get the 1 delta. If not, we will hopefully be able to hopefully get this thing set up. We're set up, I'll tell them, for River 1D, but if you need us in, we can do it. Whew. Yeah, we'd have to go to Schiphol and out. Okay, so there you have it, folks. Again, the minimums for a Cat 1 are 200 and 550 meters, which right now we meet. Let's look at the METAR. It's a lot easier. Currently broken at 600. That's our ceiling. Currently unlimited visibility. So once we break out, we should see the runway. Granted, we have some clouds that could be in the way. We'll probably set up for Cat 2, maybe Cat 3. So going to be a fun arrival. We'll kind of keep you up to date with the weather. So yeah, it's interesting. But we got a pretty good direct. I mean, it didn't really take a lot of miles off our route, but we're squared up now to DENUT, and we just got to plan our descent for there. All right, let me charge up my chat room here. There we go. So I hope y'all are enjoying. Again, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I do want to apologize for the lengthy ground time in Barcelona. There's a lot of people that I hear from still having troubles with the MD-11s. They just, I don't know, where the issues lie. So I took it a little slower through most of the startup, and hopefully they're gonna get it. Um, if you keep in mind, it's a lot like an Airbus up until you get to flying it. The pre-flight and getting it ready for flight isn't all that bad. Once you're in the air, it's an airplane, folks. Fly it. The autopilot, yeah, can get a little complicated. Just realize the autopilot on off is auto flight. There's your land, and you don't have to do nav or autopilot 1, autopilot 2, and if you're into 7.4, autopilot 3 to get it into auto land. It's ready to go. So the disconnect here on the yoke works. Now, to disconnect the throttles, that's right here on your throttles, that button. I don't like this thing that shows me where my handles are, but I'm not going to worry about it. Yes, I should have. And there you go. Okay, now to arm, de-arm. Okay, you have arrows that'll move the speed brakes down. That will not arm you. You got to get the hand. I like to say talk to the hand. I wish my cursor showed up. It doesn't. When you get the hand, just click on it and pull it up or push it down. And you just heard it, folks. If we did have a step climb, talk to the center guy, make sure he knows if we'll have conflicting traffic that we may not see on TCAS. And he'll clear us up and up if we can. Otherwise, we hold until he says. We had a very bad exchange a couple of weeks ago on a flight. We heard a pilot just arbitrarily, because he's at step climb, went up. Now, I know the PMDG 777s of FSX had the ability to step climb automatically. That becomes a problem with VATSIM if a controller's on. If you're in Unicom, it doesn't matter. But when you're with a controller, that becomes an issue. Same with Oceanic. While they're not supposed to see you per se on a radar, VATSIM, let's see, there's VATSIM, there's what's this one? VATSPY, Elevatech, Sim Toolkit, Volanta, pretty well tell where you are. So in the real world, they can't. They're actually working you across. That's actually going to change here soon. So I don't know how long. It's the infamous word soon in X-Plane 12 for some of their development. So, but they're going to be using more satellite, a lot more stuff to be able to act. Right now, if you didn't know this, folks, in the real world, there is no radar coverage of the oceanic, North Atlantic tracks, Pacific tracks, much of Africa. Your position, wherever you do position reports, that's because there's no radar coverage. And so they're working systems out to provide more visibility over those areas. How that'll end up, I don't know if it'll be satellite. The ADSB, that's getting a lot of talk. There's a whole litany of data linking and all of this that could come about. But yeah, right now, your position reports are the only thing those controllers know as to where you are. In the real world, in VATSIM, I told you, they've got tools that they know where you are. And yes, we adjusted the time. Look at all those centers up. I know you can't see them. Hang on a second. I'm going to bring XPilot in for a brief moment.
Service control, hello, Control 1 Lima Papa Flight Retrieve for Silver, inbound PVATS. Control 1 Lima Papa Paris, bonsoir, identify level 340, proceed direct Ardennes. Direct Ardennes, Control 1 Lima Papa.
Okay, EHA, that's the one we want to focus on. They are 2570. No, 257750. My bad. So welcome to Europe when they're available. And I'll be honest, Paris Control, I don't talk to a lot. They normally are not up when I'm flying over here. All right. Now I know there's a couple stream flights coming this way. Oh, there they are. I thought they were going to take a different track. All right, we're 35 minutes out of Amsterdam. However, being in centers, we're going to keep keep things pretty And so far, great job. Who was that for? Not me. DLH57. I don't think I saw them. Oh, there they are. Seeing who, trying to find out who's. All right, we've got a 777. This one's even with us, so anyway, we got to think it's a 777 off our quarter here. I don't think we have a contrail for them. Nope. All right, so we're on our way, folks. We are 30 minutes roughly out of EHAM Amsterdam Schiphol. Now, one problem, and I don't really run into this in the US, but I do know it happens a lot over here in Europe. And it's one problem I have. Now, doesn't mean it's wrong. No, it's just very difficult for me. When you look here at that X Pilot, notice all of these EDDGs. Where's bad at? I don't know DKB, Jin. Not sure who this one is. PA, FUL. Okay, I went too far. Sorry. Which one do I contact? That's what I have troubles with out here. Are these intermediate EDDGs, Gs, or are they initial contacts? I don't. For me, that's where I start having troubles over here. Now, oh, this is gonna be fun. Our
Capitaine 68 Romeo Zulu, vous quittez mon espace, poursuivez sur les cams 52 bits, bonne arrivée, bonne soirée.
Bonne soirée, merci, 68 Romeo Zulu.
Our center over in Amsterdam says low.
Control, easy, 54 Whiskey Lima now with you, currently coming through flight level 250.
That makes me nervous. Will I contact him? How is that going to work? So those are the nuances you learn over here. I couldn't tell you folks how this will work out. So, disregard my last. I just went over to VATSPI because I knew EGTT had several sectors up designated SCD. I think they may have another one, but anyway, and I'm seeing all those different ones over there for your is that Lagan or yeah Lagan, Baden. I don't know some of these. So my bad. Now it makes a little more sense. However, where the problem could still come in to some degree if you are, oh, Belgium came up and I don't see them in the list. Or is it because they're ringed is why it looks? That could be too. No, but seriously, yeah, here on Sim Toolkit, I wouldn't know. And looking at that, I wouldn't know. So, but I know the guys that typically fly Europe, live over here, fly over here, they probably know. So it's just like they come to the US. Why aren't you sectored out? We say that too, but um, uh, that's their call, of course. Anyway, there is VATSIM tools out there you can find who covers where you're flying. I just don't know them off the top of my head right now. Yeah, KLM 572 squawking 1000. I've never been told to go to that one. Am I supposed to be on Unicom now? Where am I on here? Oh, that might have been an A321 we were picking up. Yeah, that's what we got. An A321 out there over our nose. And hopefully I'm doing everything he said. All right, I'm going to go here, here. Top of descent, 73 miles. Starting to show up on the nav display. And I pretty much understood that. One zero one three. He doesn't. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Nine. Oh my. That's where we run in. He's doing a great job with him. This guy is really handling him quite well. As long as he's got it at 1013, he's fine. Don't interfere now, guys. Sometimes it's too much. Where is he anyway? So he should be pretty close. Oh, he cleared him for the approach. Where the heck is he? I don't see him on VATSPI. Oh, well. Oh, there he, wow. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you would be doing that way out there. There he is. Found him. I am getting close to the end of ATC coverage for the moment. Curious if he's going to descend me or if I do that on my own. Oh, man. Over to Unicom, 122.8 KLM 572 heavy. Thanks. $125,750 for now. Perfect. So when we get buzzed, we can be descend, and we're ready for descent. I'm going to set us up for 7,000. Okay, now the trick here with the button, you get the down arrow. That'll get you to start your descent. The top arrow will display where you are and hold you at that descent. I don't know where they're gonna ping us in at here. I think I'm gonna get all the way to DENUT before talking to them. I'm gonna turn on to the 1 Delta. Sweet, unless they tell me beforehand. Out of curiosity, why 1,000? That's okay. Is that weather? No, that's on terrain. Okay. This one's on weather. Okay. All right. One more time. Let's get the METAR out there and see what EHAM is up to. 600. Becoming, still the becoming, but it's not happening. Currently, and some light drizzle, maybe. So we'll see. Winds 270 at 1. Few clouds 400, 500, and a broken layer at 6. Wonder if that's like fog. All right, get our takeoff information, landing 147, landing 142. Okay, so everything looks good there. Got traffic coming in with us. Where are we? Okay, good. Okay, so it looks like just approach for Amsterdam right now. Well, besides center. And according to ATIS, 4,000. Okay. Okay, we're through. Oh, I forgot. We got to get to DENUT first. That's what we're turning on right now. Oh. Oh, we still got to go through Yenzo and to River to be at 10,000 or between 7 and 10,000. Dang it. All right, we should be getting called here soon. Yenzo, I'll begin slowing. $25,750. What the heck do they call themselves here? They don't say. Amsterdam Control KLM 572 Heavy. on the DENUT 3 coming up to Yenzo, descending to 7,000. Expecting 1-8 right ILS, continue to 7,000. Just for your information, we did plan the 1D River 1 Delta arrival. KLM 572, just wanted to put that out. Know how busy you guys get. How did that happen? Leave River 020 for KLM 572. Dang it, they're going to shoot me on the other way. Even told him. Oh, there went the rivers. Over to Schiphol approach, KLM 572. Schiphol approach, KLM 572 heading 020 per center, with you 7,000. Oh, my bad. I thought I was low enough for it. Sorry about that. Hang on. I just messed up. Cleared vectors for and KLM 572 vectors for the 18 right ILS. Sorry. Down to 3000 QNH 1035, KLM 572. I like this guy. Okay. We're vectors, which I don't like what we're doing. I don't like this lie right now. I wish they'd move us over. I got a feeling we're going to swing right in for 1.8. We'll see how it works. So they know what they're doing. I don't. And yeah, the water turned black again. Continuing to 2000 KLM 572. Probably means he wants me to step it up a little. Don't like my speed. Okay, we're going to 1035 now. Right turn 080 KLM 572. 110.1, 182, that'll work. Okay. Just not like seeing my info. There we are. $140 cleared 18 right approach. KLM 572. Long rollout approved, cleared to land 18 right, KLM 572 fully established. All right, we got to get through this low layer of runway in sight. Huh? I have no idea what that means. All right, we made it, folks. I think we did a pretty good landing. Okay, it didn't show up well on our sim toolkit tracker, but Belt Echo 3. No, Romeo 3. Can't read these little numbers. We're planning passenger for KLM 572. Gate of your choice. Delta 1, Victor to cross 18 center. Oh! Okay. Oh, my bad. Gate, okay, got the gate and cross at Whiskey 13. Sorry about that. It's your call. You're the pilot. Oh my good. Why am I not getting parking stands? Oh my goodness. I'm not the first, I'm sure, to do that. Let's get these flaps up. I'm more worried about getting over to the parking areas, not Whiskey 13. Where is I oh, that's why, dummy. Ah, hang on. Lights. Let me get that APU going. Hang on, folks. Get the airplane taken care of first. Any ice can come off. All right. Now, where are we? Oh, yeah. Amsterdam. Welcome. I thought I clicked the right one. Cool. I was going to say, if it does, I don't know where Delta 2 is. Oh. Oh. I got a long taxi ahead of me. Wow. Alpha. Okay. Next time, note to self, don't say gate of your choice. He gave me one of the longer taxis. I don't think there is a short way to this gate. Okay, don't see anyone. He cleared us across. And then down Delta to, I guess, Alpha. I don't think he'd want us to run Delta all the way down and in that way. Well, that's not gonna, I'm not coming back up after that. I had a feeling I was gonna get disconnected. There's a lot of weather. Amsterdam's one of those big airports. So yeah, we'll just take the disconnect. Delta 2 is still a long, long way away. But that's okay. Hey, welcome to flying. Sometimes we have super long taxis. Sometimes we don't. Actually, they did a fantastic job over here in Europe again. It's just, I'm going to have to adjust my frame rates, or not my frame rates, something in my settings. that's all I can figure is what keeps turning this water black. To maybe help the frame rates a little more in these big areas, even though we've had some good runs in Los Angeles. We haven't been in Chicago in a while. We will be here Friday. So, but anyway, I hope y'all enjoyed as we taxi in. Uh, Very much a beautiful flight. Got that big direct from Paris. They all did a wonderful job. Paris handled some interesting characters. We'll just put it that way. And did a fine job. So did Amsterdam handling me. Screwing up a lot. All right, we're going to go ahead. Oh, great. I lost my chart. We're going to use D4. All right, we're coming in here. I'm not sure which gate will take us. Okay, welcome one more time to Amsterdam. Gonna get rid of that. Hope you enjoyed the flight. This was fun. We're gonna run through the aftertakes real quick. Auto brake speed trim needs to be set to 3. Exterior lights, APU, anti-ice. Okay, APU should be up and running by now. If not, boy, it's slower than our taxi. Everything looks good down here. After parking fuel switches, we do have the bleed and the APU on. Okay. Transponder to standby. Okay. Actually, we can go all the way. Okay, and doors. Okay, so let's get some chocks in the aircraft. External power, we'll call the jetway. I think I called it. Let's see. Oh, look, I chose properly. All right, welcome, folks. I hope you all enjoyed. Let me get that beacon off. And we're going to go through and see what we did. IRS, yeah, let's go ahead, turn them off. And everything is good to go. We'll leave things as they are. Windshield, anti-ice, all that's turned off. Status, check our status. All looks good. All right. Well, what a flight, folks. We're going to go through some stats here real quick on it. And parking brake, when we're into chocks, can be released. We're not going to worry about it. All right. Let's get a good look at the airplane one more time. I know some of you love this plane. Some of you love to hate it. All right, and we have a setting sun here in Amsterdam. Through all of this muckety yuck muck. Okay, first off, the airline, 454 feet a minute, PIREPs filed and pending. If I'm looking, yes, pending. That was recorded rough, but I thought we did pretty good. Anyway, we'll find out here. All right, let's bring in Elevatech first. All right, Elevatech will complete the flight. Yeah, it's starting to wind down over there now, folks. It's in London, 9:30-ish. So the further east you go, obviously we're talking probably 10:30, Netherlands, Germany, 11:30, you push further east. So you get the idea. We'll get a better look at this with Sim Toolkit. All right, so let's look at the flight. We already know 453 feet a minute, 158 knots. That might have a lot to do with it. We were not slowing down. 144 on the, or 1.4 Gs. So overall, a good landing. Now, that's all you get from here in Volanta. Some of you, you're perfectly content with that. I like to take it another step forward. Bear with me here. Let me show you what Sim Toolkit does. First off, we got to do the same thing. Tell it we're complete. Actually, that's not too bad. Complete. Oh, wait, cancel for a second. Let's back out a little. Now you can kind of get a feel. So you see London's still up. Some of these logins, and I think Italy has an event tonight. But anyway, you can see things are beginning to go to bed over here in Europe. It's a lot easier to look at here. Okay, once there. Okay, click on your flight. Get the details. Now this initial page will be what you just saw, except we had a 2-hour, 24-minute flight, 600 miles, almost 14,000 kilograms of go-go juice, and just shy of 1.5 Gs. However, they're marking us at 403. We landed hot. Now, good, bad. You can say, well, you should have been at your VREF speed, which I think was somewhere around 145. I think, I don't remember right off the top of my head. Or remember, he cleared us long landing, so I had the whole runway to myself. So in a normal day at Schiphol, yeah, you're going to get off as quickly as you can. But when you're cleared to go long, I could have actually landed long. And as long as I get the plane stopped. So the good and bad to that. Oh, I am liking this. Okay, so we landed 18 right. The blue dot shows you where the threshold is. Now, you're not supposed to land where the arrows are. That is really only for takeoffs. So that would be if you had a heavy, you needed, what do we have here? All 12,467 feet of runway. Is that right? I thought we had longer. Nope, that's it. So if you, and trust me folks, there are gonna be flights when you're loaded to the hill, you're gonna need it. So you would come down, turn around and use this. Landing starts at the threshold and the threshold bars. Okay, we landed 1,679 feet down the runway. The bars are at 1,500 feet usually in Europe. So that's really a good landing. 20 feet off the center line. Now we can quibble that. Yeah, I wish I was closer to the center line, but we're okay. The reason why, you start getting over either side, you got these annoyances called runway lights. Yeah, you need them at night, but you know. Anyway, here's the rest of the numbers. Looks pretty good. We were trying a little bit of a correction, but we were also using, we're doing everything we could, and just would not slow down this time. So, and I had the flaps at 35, so it happens from time to time. And I'm going to call it still a good landing. All right, I'm going to look back here real quick, see if we had anyone else in the prediction. It was such a long taxi, it's hard. There we go. Landing recorded. I was the only one. Okay, and I was at minus 280. All right, welcome back from the ads, folks. We were just recounting the landing. It really wasn't all that bad. If you were watching there, I'll bring it in one more time, Sim Toolkit, and let you all get a better look at it than what you had. Click here. All right, here's the landing information. What we were reciting is, here's what you aim for visually. In Europe, I have found it to be 1,500 feet, roughly, at most airports down the run field. US, about 1,000. It is 1,000. And that's what we're aiming for visually. It's a nice, big, fat target to put your plane on. You think it's easy? Try it in real life. It's not as easy. Flight Sim in X-Plane actually gives it that challenge. Oh, you can force it down. Oh, yeah. But if you want a nice, good set of numbers that won't get rejected by a VA, you aren't going to force it. So anyway, it was a good landing overall. All right, folks, we're going to wrap it. I've got things I need to get done today. So tomorrow, no stream. Friday, we start off in Chicago. Check out the schedule below here on Twitch. YouTube, folks, if you liked what you saw, hey, we'd love you to hit that like button. and subscribe if you haven't. We'd love to have you aboard so you know when the next video releases. Twitch folks, if you're new, hit that follow button so we can see your bright shiny face on the next adventure we have, which is Friday. So for now, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your hump day. That's right, it's Wednesday. We're over the hump, headed into the weekend. And for St. Louis, doesn't look too bad. So hopefully you all get a little bit of a January thaw as well. So enjoy the night. We'll see you next time. And God bless you all. See ya Friday.